All right, my camera I feel like is angled low. You guys can hardly see my head, but everybody, welcome. Let's see if I make some adjustments here. Take a look at this beauty. The K that I had finished building yesterday. Oh my God, that was a pretty annoying build, I gotta say. But welcome. Is that better? All right. You can now see more of my head. And a little bit of the lens head. Okay. Alrighty. We got one package today. There may be another one coming. But for now there's one. If anyone wants to redeem it. A couple of things. I guess we can, like, you know, just as we're getting started here, I wanted to take a look at a couple of things. One is the board we're going to build today. Two is an alternative board we could build. Three is just like something that just like it keeps coming back in mind. So let's take a look at that. All right. So while we're talking about pre-builds, there's three pre-builds that I think we could look at, one of which we'll work on today. But this one keeps coming just like back into my mind. This is a KVP V60 that I have undampened. And I don't know what to say other than I really like this case. It's just a simple plastic case. But I like this over cases you can like just buy because I like the square corners. I like how the corners are square. That's literally it. I have no other feelings about this other than it's a pre-built case, or it's pre-built keyboard with a plastic case, and I like this. So I'm just gonna, I want to test something out because one thing that worries me is that what if it's not a standard case? What if it's not a standard PCB in there? So you know what I'm going to do is you know, I'm surprised. I don't think this is very standard. I'm just gonna throw that out there. Because that took 2 screws. It's literally only held in by 2 screws. I'm gonna continue looking at this because I want to do a build in this eventually. So I'm just gonna take, this is one of our busted up plain 60s. Let's just kind of see how it fits. The question is, does it? So for one, I think one issue here is that it's USB-C, and this is like a very, very mini USB defined PCB keyboard case made for USB, mini USB PCBs. This is so weird. Ooh. Okay. So what I can see here is that this, you're supposed to screw this in from the back. So what you could do is find a way to screw in a PCB from this side. I don't think this is gonna work if you tried to like custom this. I feel like there's just way too many things here that can go wrong. As much as I like this case, I don't think that this is gonna be easily possible to use. Like, look at this. There's like a center. Doesn't even match. The reason I say this is because I think you'd need a plate that kind of has these posts that you screw into from this side. Because these aren't gonna, these wouldn't do anything. You can't just screw into that. Or you need to screw in interestingly from the top side. So I don't think this will work. That's a bummer. Alright. Well, that answers that. I may give up on this as an idea to kind of do a build in. I just really like the square edges. That's it. If anybody knows where you can get a plastic case with square edges that's just a normal tray case, let me know. Alright. So that's this board. Let's take a look at board number 2. Board number 2 would be a plastic Filco. Just wanted to take a quick look into this. This right here, a plastic Filco with ePBT cyan. Cyan Cyrillic. And one of the reasons I want to look at it, well, it's just a nice color match because it's beige, but... So it looks like what we have in here is just a typical Filco plate. And that's okay. But I was just curious what kind of plate it was. This right here has... what does this have? Oh, cherry tactile gray switches that have been modded to have lighter springs. I just noticed that this tab key, tab is really bold. And I always remembered this guy right here, the control, 6.25U keys being like off center, or like not even left aligned, it's like right aligned. Anyways, I had not much more to say than this other than we're probably gonna eventually do a rebuild in this with some probably the KS9 Pro switches that we have. Okay, so I'm gonna put this away. So that's our second little piece of pre-built history that we just wanted to run a little investigation on. Now let's get to tonight's build. Tonight's build is like a really foolish yet still somehow kind of interesting one right here. This is also a Filco. Pull this off. It's also a same thing. It's kind of like a standard plate. So I guess we'll just open it up. I don't have anything like much more to say than this, other than here it is. One thing that kind of came to mind a little bit earlier was I was considering maybe using what I think it's like a custom phantom plate, but I kind of feel like it's not even necessary. I don't think there's any reason that I need to. So maybe I won't. But this is pretty hacked together. So this is a text case, just an aftermarket text case. But you may notice that once we put this together, this is going to be really hard to put back together because of this cable. What I've done with this cable is very stupid. There it is. I think that was it. Dare I say impossibly stupid, because I'm looking at this even harder and I'm becoming more unhappy with this. This cable is just like a pretty like standard, like I think it's a USB-A to USB-A or something. Oh my god. Okay. Alright, I'm able to get that off. Okay, that wasn't as bad as I remembered it to be, but you will see the stupidity here. I really wanted to use a cable that was this color. And so take a look at this fuckery. I gotta take off. I'm using a magnet for all these screws. It's like I have to like kind of push them up into place so the magnet will grab it. This is interesting. I don't think that I ever desoldered this, which is cool. Alright, let's look at this bullshit here. I guess at some point I taped this down. Put some electrical tape in here. Just trying to smash it down into the proper place for this, in order for this to like kind of fit where I needed it to. It's already kind of come undone, which sucks. But look at this. This is I think USB-A to USB-A. And I just kind of taped it so that it would like not short or anything. And then this has to hook in through the connector right here. I didn't realize how big this was. But I'm like trying to recall how I even fit this in. I think I had to like, I took out the housing, the USB-A housing from this side of it. And then I just tried forcing it in through this hole that's just like, should not fit most things. Then meanwhile, I think I wonder, does this fit? I guess it does. One thing I could do, if I really wanted to just waste money, is get a, like, there's a maker who does Filco ends, and he actually also does Limo. So if I really wanted to waste money, I would do a Filco to Limo end. But I'm not going to do that. All right. There's this. The interesting is this machining quality is actually not terrible. I don't know, maybe it is. Okay. Aha, we have the custom controller. I almost forgot about that. The HID liberation device. Oh, you know what? What I'm realizing here is the use of that phantom plate or that Filco plate could be helpful for using plate mounted stabilizers over Costar. I think that would be a difference. Let's take a look at this plate. Yup. That's what it is. We have the cutouts there to go plate mounted stabilizers. I'm trying to imagine, will this be more useful here? Because I only have one of these plates. Let's see, let's take a look, because I think like mechanicalkeyboards.com might have something. Phantom. Oh, maybe not. Maybe it's all gone. Out of stock. Dang. Aha, there are phantom plates though, but these don't have the cutouts for Filco controllers. So you'd need to use this with a phantom PCB, but I don't know why I searched the word phantom and then the plate doesn't come up. And that's it has a $55 plate? Really? That's wild. All right, let's see. Aha. Oh, it's just an IC post. Whoa, wait. Why is this plate? Oh, I see. That's stainless steel. And these are out of stock. Well, that's pretty cool though that they like actually anode these certain colors. Vinsanity, welcome. This is a pre-built. This is a pre-built stream. We were trying to figure out a few things here. So I have two Filcos, one of which is in a custom metal case, and I have one plate that would allow for plate-mounted stabilizers. The other one is only Costar. So I'm trying to figure out, hey, is there an actual plan? Or I could convert both of these. Should I do a rebuild of the other one? There's also the fact that there's this Phantom PCB that is sold out on mechanicalkeyboards.com. Let's think about this. I guess one alternative is I could turn one of these into Alps. It's not the worst idea I've had. It's not great. It's not the worst. I could take one of these plates and then try to carve it. Do some cutting. But like the whole purpose here is I need to cut this area out so that I have enough space for that controller. But Vin, welcome. There's more issues than that. There's not even a 6.25 compatibility with these. So I'd need that Phantom PCB. Jura, welcome. I was driving out Kevin and SF and I was intending to have you up for donuts, but it was late. Yeah, I started a stream already. I don't know if I could just leave stream to go get some donuts. I mean, I guess I could. Nothing's stopping me from doing that, but oh, this was a few weeks ago? Oh, I see. Got it. Huh. Where can I get those Phantom TKL PCB other than mechanical keyboards? Maybe nowhere. But I think, I think Toasty's worked on something similar with Frank. Dang, I don't think there's any... I don't think there's any way to deal with this. Phantom. Yeah, I think just, if they're out of stock here, and we're out of luck. This is also, I believe, out of stock as well. Damn, I blew it. I feel like I'd looked at this before and thought like, oh, I could just get one later. I could just get one later, and here we are now. Phantom PCBs are long gone. Damn. I think the Litster I have, the Litster TKL is like basically another Filco, but it's 7U. So it's like it has the Phantom PCB in it, and I think I also like lifted at least one pad off of it. So I may have bridged it. I don't know. It's been a long time. We never spoken to the first Let's chill, man. Anyone want donuts? I can go get donuts. But Drew, welcome. It's also not a Phantom plate. This is a Filco plate. And I guess I only have one. I'm trying to think if I have another one. I get the feeling that Andy has the other one. So my boy Andy. All right, let's take a look at this, guys. Guys, okay, I have something really interesting to show. If I scroll all the way down, if I scroll all the way down on my Instagram, like near the bottom, and this is public, so you guys can see this, but you'll see a point where it was pre-hiatus from the hobby, and I had keyboards on here. But there may possibly be a board of interest. Well, there's the Phantom, or sorry, yeah, the Litster Phantom. Man, where is? Oh, here. This is I made a TikTok before, several years before TikTok was a thing. Okay, so it appears that I also used a stock plate on this build. So this is not that helpful. Dang, okay. That's not that helpful, unfortunately. What am I even concerned about right now? I don't even know what I'm concerned. I think what I'm concerned about is I need a Filco plate. Filco plate file. I don't even care about the PCB. I'm just looking for a plate file. Oh, fuck. Whoops. Aha. Does anyone still have this? Is it going to be hard to recreate? Wait a second. I don't... Hold up. What if we just go back and look at Swill? Our good friend Swill here.
Catherine Horns.
What is it? KLE? Trying to look for just like a standard KLE TKL, because I think it might, Swill's builder might build this with the Filco style TKLs, which have like the extra space in between the F row and the num row. Bitter Seas, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. Patness, welcome too. Hello. Guys, welcome to the stream. We're just we're doing some investigations here. Oh, I found it. Okay, so here's KLE, and then there's this preset button here. What the blank? No, I don't want blank. Blank is literally blank. Just working. All right, right on. All right, if I go ANSI 104, I grab the raw, I can probably just delete the whole number. Hang on, guys. Let's see if we could big brain this, because then I can just go, if this works, I can just cut this through Pinocchio. Oh, wait, is that it? That's it, isn't it? Let's go tools, remove all legends. Ah, shoot, that's the problem, is that I need to know where the screw mounting points are. Because this won't... I call this poker, but this is most definitely not a poker, a TKL poker. Remove poker slots. Let's see what the heck happens here. I'm gonna bet something stupid happens. Huh, yeah, it does. Most certainly. Then what's the purpose of calling a poker if you remove the slots? Okay, so this is one way to go, but like I would need to figure out the holes for the screws, which this doesn't even have screws. I think I'm going crazy right now. This is so stupid. What am I even doing? I don't even know what I'm doing. Bump, I am also looking for this file. I'm pretty sure there are files that... I can just look in here, I guess. We're gonna figure this out. I swear to you guys, we're gonna get this. Oh, wait a second. Hold on. I think I may need... It may be necessary to use the stock plate because there's a bend. The plate has a bend, and the bend is how it like just kind of like it just sits on there. Like it's a lip for the bent plate to like sit on, and this right here will just not work, I don't think. At the very least, it'll short. At the very most, it's gonna get all fucked up. So I think I need to not use this. I think you're relegated to... Because of this bent plate, and it being necessary to use here, I think we're relegated to having to use Costar. Because these bent plates are just like this. Wow. Let me see if I can find any resources on that. This could have been very bad. this build I wanted to do might have been not a build. Filco Oni TKL plate. Okay. Okay, TKL plate for Filco and offensive PCB. Okay, this seems useful. The only go on with the universal plate. What you get from the Swill's tool is these do not fit the Tex or Vortex case. This is exactly what this is because they are flat while the Filco plate has bent edges. Those bent edges are what hold the plate in place. It works really, really well, but it means you need a bent edge plate, and I have never seen one offered. It's not impossible. You need a way to prop the PCB up, or I guess the plate or the PCB up, or make some adapters to replicate the bent edges. One person made them out of pencils. Okay, so Leslie Ann was apparently making some adapters, but apparently in 2018 made them a long time ago. Okay, I guess we're not using that plate. So I am going to update the build command. All right, 45 minutes of investigation here. I guess it's just time to start the build, which is gonna in large part require me to break this down what's here currently, and then hopefully it should just be fast. Hopefully, but it never is. Meanwhile, this universal plate will probably work with the plastic Filco. Title is accurate. All hex welcome. Glad you could be here tonight. I'm kind of hungry. What the hell are you doing with that layout? Okay. I've never made the admission here about why I'm doing this, and I'm 45 minutes in. So for anyone just tuning in, we were just investigating a bunch of my pre-builds. I own here a bunch of pre-builds. The first one I looked at was a KBP V60, which I wanted to see if I could use the case, because I like the case, how it has square corners compared to like cheap plastic cases you could buy off KBD fans or AliExpress or whatever. Turns out you can't easily. You can't easily do it because the way it's mounted is different from a typical tray case. The second one I looked at, Real Men mixed them in the same, yeah. Yep. The second one we looked at was just a stock beige Filco. I changed the keycaps, but it's just stock beige Filco. I've done a build in it before with some tactile cherry gray switches that were modded with some lighter springs. Yep. Same container, we're mixing them up. And I just took a quick look to see which plate I was using. I was using a stock plate, as is this one. So this is the third one we looked at, which was a Filco that I had dropped into a Tex aluminum case. And we were doing some investigations because I realized I have exactly one aftermarket like custom plate. And the custom plate will allow for plate mount cherry stabilizers. The problem that I've just discovered is, well, two problems. The first problem I discovered is I only had one. So like I was thinking, what if I want to do cherry stabilizers, which stupidly is going to have to be plate mount. But what if I wanted to do these both for both of these builds and I only have one plate? So I started looking around like, can you buy a plate? Can you find the plate files? But then it hit me at the very last moment that the Tex aluminum case that's made for these like Filco style boards depends on the original plate of a Filco. The original plate, like the original Filco plate specifically, uses like a bent edge, and the text case uses that bent edge to like actually prop it up and away from like the actual bottom of the case. Why this exists, I don't really know. I guess this is just the design they had. Anyways, so this is what we're doing. We're just tuning in that's everything that kind of happened in the first 45 minutes of stream. I realize I never answered your question. What the hell am I doing with this layout? Well, a couple of things. One is I have this board. I mean, I guess I might as well do a build in it. Two is, I mean, like, because I want to have finished boards. I want to be at a point where I don't just have parts, but, you know, it's going to be like this for a long time with my large backlog. What is that thing above the arrow cluster? This is the controller. It's basically it's basically a daughter board, but like not the daughter board that you would think for a lot of like, you know, customs that exist today. I mean, it says daughter board on it. If you want to read it. This is like a replacement Filco controller. Filco normally has something that's shaped like this, which is typically green, I believe. And it's a daughter board that like is basically, how do I put it? It supplants the need for one of those like what do you call those? Those like chips. Like the AT, like I forget what you call it. AT Mega 32U4 chip that's like on like a bunch of PCBs of like all these customs. Which is just like a small thing you could solder onto a board. But the way that they had built Filcos was like, okay, let's put all of the knowledge like onto the chip in this daughter board that you could put on the front side above an arrow cluster of TKLs or full-size keyboards. But you still end up like resulting in not necessarily having this, not necessarily having that daughter board where the cable like out goes from, because it's still like, it still ends up here coming out of the PCB. Now, to your question, what you can program it, the original Filco one you cannot. But someone named Beepiphany, short for Bathroom Epiphanies, was able to figure out like the pinout for it, and then just like created this daughter board for which you can in fact do programming on it. This all preceded VIA, so I think that this was all stuff that like you'd have to use something else for. I kind of forgot what it was. It's just been such a long time, so I don't really remember. But yes, okay. Going back to your question, still, what the hell am I doing with this? So the idea is, on one hand, what this may look like is, oh, Chris needs a content day. And that's like that's true to a very small extent. It's not that I'm I'm kind of, it's kind of what it is. More so what it is, oh shit, I've totally forgotten. We're gonna have some issues with tonight's build. I just need to harvest these cherry reds. Like that's honestly what it is. I have cherry reds in this build, and I need to harvest them because I'm planning on using them for another build. These are completely stock cherry reds, untuned. My plan is to get them out and tune them. The problem that just occurred to me is I've forgotten here, excuse me, that Filcos, like a lot of these older stock PCBs, they don't support 5-pin. Meanwhile, the switches I was planning on using on this were these Penguin switches. So I need to cut all these legs. I need to clip all these off. So these plastic pins that turn, you know, something from 3-pin to 5-pin, I need to convert this back to 3-pin. And I don't mind doing so. It's not a big deal. I was never intending on using these switches very seriously, to be perfectly honest. but take a look at this. Like there's no 5-pin holes. So I just need to clip them. So that's what I'll do here, I guess. This might be a longer stream than anticipated because I need to desolder this, I need to clip this. Unfortunately, there's kind of like little, I think, that I have to do for stabilizers. We can, like we could just like end up trying to flood this with some BDZ in now 5 spots because I don't usually do TKLs. But I guess before we get our hands like full of solder, I mean, I guess I should do the leg clipping first. I hear you. I didn't really care for penguins either. So what's funny about that, what's funny that you bring that up is that like what I understood is that these are supposed to be like, well, first of all, they're a variant of RARA switches. And second is that these and RARA switches are, like it's a recolor, are supposed to be kind of like a simulation or a knockoff of Ergo Clear. And some people didn't really like it, I guess. And people were thinking that it's a little different. But to be honest, like in the hand, like it doesn't feel like that different from Ergo Clears, but it's been a while since I've used them, so. You slap an MX Clear stem in the housing, you yourself a fun Ergo Clear. Okay, so you're thinking that it's the stem that has this difference in it. It's interesting, because I'm just like, well, how is the stem super different? Okay, so I'm just gonna start cutting, but I probably should use those goggles. Should use those goggles that I was using yesterday when I was doing some other fun clipping. All Hex or anybody else out there who wasn't here as part of yesterday's stream, we figured out, or we were able to get the HHKB to work with 30A O-rings, which I've never tried it without it, but apparently is like a big problem. Apparently, like, the idea is that because, if you want to take a look here, just real quick, because what ends up happening is you don't have a switch here. The O-ring around here comes in like this. That's like, it's one of those gummy O-rings. So it'll come in like this because there's nothing to hook onto. So people will notice that, like, because of that, and because of like how the O-ring it gets used within the K, there's just a lot of people who have issues with getting the 38 on here. And then once they even do, it'll move around in a really funny way, the K-shake. Yeah, so I've never experienced the K-shake because yesterday was the first time I built a K, but we were here. We were actually here, and we kind of, I guess apparently, like, I don't know where the K-shake, if it only affects HHKBs. That's what I think the people in chat were saying, but we actually figured out a solution to get the O-ring to actually work kind of properly. The solution here was, what if you just use, like, sacrifice 2 switches and then just like solder them in and then like shave off the tops so that it's flush. That way the O-ring will have something to hook onto. Yeah. So, but the thing is that, like, to shave off the top, you have to cut off like the 2 plastic rails. So like, I'm not gonna open this up because it's like filmed and everything, but there's a plastic rail that comes up here and on here on the sides. So you cut them off, and then on top of that, the contact leaf also protrudes up as well. So the thing is, and the contact leaf of an MX switch, it's like it kind of hooks like this, and then there's something else. I think it's like this or something. What I did was I cut this off like flush right here, then I cut it off like this. Then meanwhile, I also had to cut off the extra one that was like this, like that. Would it work if you just solder the bottom? Well, yeah, that's what I did. But the thing is that, like, for an HHKB, this is gonna have to cover a switch bottom, but there's stuff on a switch that protrudes upwards. So that's where you have to kind of cut it. And so this guy right here, I mean, this right here has become my favorite keyboard modding tool because I know that, like, using this just means that I am 5-heading any build. Anytime you have to cut something for a keyboard is like so incredibly stupid that it becomes fun. Yeah. So it's just a switch bottom, and it just like protrudes. So yeah, this is my new favorite keyboard modding tool. Because like you know that when you're using this, it's so stupid. Like your build is gonna be so stupid, and this is now super fun. So here we are yet again, and we are 3-pinning these 5-pin switches. Anyways, the whole reason I bring this up is because I was looking for these goggles, and it's like anytime that I have to use this, I also have to use this. So, I wished I had a little trash can. Maybe I could just... I guess we'll just clip this. That's fucking genius. Yeah, thanks. Hey, shouts out to the couple of people in here who helped out with the idea. Again, I've never built the K before, so like I haven't experienced the problem. So knowing that I haven't experienced the problem, I needed to know what the problem was. So like I solved a problem I never experienced, but apparently other people have. And the K-Shake, again, I don't know if the K-Shake is something that's confined to HHKBs. But you know, we kind of figured this out here, and we were able to get it to work. So, all right, let's clip these. But I appreciate your appreciation. All right, if I do this like this, I know damn well that I'm gonna get these everywhere. Here's what I could do. I have this thing. Let's check this out. This is gonna be very dumb, but look at this. I have this like paper tray. It's like an acrylic paper tray, but what I noticed is, or what I figured out is that you could flip this upside down. Then this makes a really good cover for a lube station. So what if I did all my clipping under this? I also feel like, would a nail clipper be better for this? Because I feel like, I don't know if I can get super flush with this. Also, I realize I'm kind of out of focus. Filcos and ghetto ass modding. Hey, you know what? Like this ghetto ass modding is like so fun. What year is this? It is 2013. Alright, let me find a nail clipper. I feel like a nail clipper would do me better. Let's find out. Takes me back, I miss it. It's like the good old days. Okay. I think that a couple of things. If I'm using this cover, then I don't need these goggles. But I'm trying to determine which one ended up better. I don't know if it really will matter because like there are these other like legs, like these little protruding legs that kind of like lift off like the flat bottom of the switch, and I feel like either one I cut is not gonna like be further out than those legs. in that case, I might as well just use this because I think I have a better grip on it. On top of that, so one other thing to mention about this is one motivation. There's a couple motivations of me using Penguin switches. One is it was an impulse buy from many months ago. Two is that I think at that time for some reason I chose to buy 90, and I don't know why my reasoning was at the time. Maybe that was the only. Sometimes like vendors like will stock like 70, 90, 110. And I think at that time I was like, oh, I guess like 90 is the only one in stock, and I don't know, people are talking about Penguin switches, so I might as well. So I'm looking at this like, well, I don't know, maybe that was the reason, but then I noticed like in my cupboard, I was just like, when will I ever use this? And I realized, oh, maybe I could use this in that Filco build. Okay, it's still I still know it's like getting everywhere. It's like it's coming up my my arm. It's like it's coming through here. So anyways, yeah, the K mod that we're discussing, a shouts out to the people in chat who helped me figure it out, is I believe Klaus Live and Personal User. We kind of just came to a conclusion here, but I think it was both of them. Both of them helped me out. That is really annoying on my my arm. Hold on, let me see if can I prop this up with something. Oops. Just need to prop it up with something high. Maybe I need two of them to make a tent. That would be useful. Something like this. Give me 1 second. We're gonna figure this out. I have this toothbrush box. Oh my god. And then of course that little flyer comes out of it. I feel like I'm gonna damage something. Shit's still flying out everywhere. It's just not flying into my eyes. Hope everyone's been doing well. Caught that video. There was a video of Frankie Muniz explaining that there's been a bunch of rumors over the last like couple of years that he had amnesia and doesn't remember being on Malcolm in the Middle. And he himself debunked that this is not really true. It's not really, really true. So if anyone wants to go find that video, it's out there. If you guys want spoilers. The Steve-O thing, yeah. Bro, that's crazy. I've been like going around telling people, yeah, Frankie Muniz is so interesting. Frankie Muniz is an interesting guy. You guys know much else about Frankie Muniz? I mean, aside from, well, what I thought was he had amnesia. Yeah, he did so much other, yeah. And people are kind of just saying, like, it makes sense. Like, do you remember what you were doing? Like, when you were a teenager? Like, I mean, I'm sure you remember, but, like, you probably don't remember individual details. But Frankie Muniz is otherwise, like, I always found him to be, like, an interesting guy. I thought the amnesia part was part of his interestingness. Which, I mean, now it still is, because now he became interesting because people thought he had amnesia and he actually didn't. Frankie Muniz is a huge Clippers fan. He was there when the Clippers were terrible. So I respect that, but I still hate the Clippers, but I respect that he was there since they were bad. He's also like a race car driver. Like, I knew that from before. I think he did a couple of films. Agent Cody Banks. That's what he did. Then finally, there was a point where, like, there was a 911 call that leaked. Frankie Muniz was, like, on the phone with 911 explaining that, like, he was literally in the middle of a DV attack, like a domestic violence attack. I guess, like, his what I guess was a girlfriend at the time was, like, literally attacking him while he was on the phone with 911. That was actually kind of terrifying. Alright, there's a lot of these, but you know, like, here's the reality. I'm very unlikely to use these ever again, so these are just gonna go into this Filco. And even if I did use it again, I mean, I would just have the foresight to not use this plateless or half plate. I'm just glad he isn't strung out on LA on a curve, yeah. I think one of them actually flew into the solder sponge holder, the Hako 599B. I'm pretty well protected from these flying legs, but I just wonder if I'm gonna get shot at in the eye at some point here. I'm pretty sure we are less than halfway done. And not all of these legs are being captured inside this little plastic tray. So they're kind of getting all over my desk mat. I wonder if doing it like this would help. It's just a harder reach now. Is there a better way to do this? Do I have two equally sized heavy boxes? They have to be pretty equally sized. I want this to like cover. Let me think about this. I'm like looking around. I don't think I have I don't have two equally sized boxes. So I guess I'll just continue like this. My goal, guys, just FYI, whoa, this was already done. My goal, guys, FYI, is for the foreseeable future, next couple of months, I'm going to be trying to do 2 to 3 streams per week. Try. And I'm going to try to do them around this time or hopefully a little earlier sometimes. Sometimes I wait along a little. My plan here is we get this build done, the Filco TKL and Alu, with these Penguin switches, and then some of my other TKLs that I just happen to own, including that Lidster stacked acrylic and the KMAC LE. I'm gonna try to throw in different variants of these like heavy tactiles. Which are gonna include probably like OP gray and ergo clear, like actual ergo clear. Heavy tactiles? Well, like the non-light tactiles. How many? At least 3. This is going to be the first of at least 3 TKLs that I'll work on over the next couple months. How many switches? What do you mean how many switches? Let's see. I mean, this is like one of those standard 6.25U TKL boards, so this is going to be 87. The Litster, I think, is an 86 because it's 1.5U. Full win key. And then the KMAC is an 84 win keyless. So 3 boards, 3 variants. I have several more switches just in the pantry, just different variants, but those are all going to be like serious builds, or more so, because they're boards. They're switches for which I'm going to put them in boards I would actually use, granted that they're HHKB. Also, just a fun little, I guess, anecdote. TKL build on this stream? Yeah, isn't that weird? This is a, it's a pre-build. We're running a Filco today, which we've had this whole story here, but just a Cliff Notes version is, my main motivation is I want to harvest the cherry reds out of it. Pre-tool cherry reds. And, well, it's just kind of like, well, why not make a build knowing that, like, I have this set of switches already all tuned. It'll just be a board I won't use pretty much, like, frequently at all, or really at all. Pretty like after this stream, one of those things I'll just pull out when someone's here, and when someone wants to say like, oh, what do you got? Pog. Budantixius, welcome. Hope you've been good. Oh, by the way, guys, I wanted to yesterday, and so I'll try again today, but we'll be doing some light giveaways today. Maybe just a couple light giveaways. If anyone wants to know, they're again among these pointless giveaways. So I'll spoil them here. Doing better? Right on. Right on. Hope you've been okay. I know that you've been a little sick. I still have those springs. Hey, more pointless giveaways on this stream tonight. We are gonna just so you guys know, we're gonna do. We will do the 58, I think it's 58 gram springs from the JWK pewters. And we are going to do what I found here is pointless giveaways. Fuck yeah. All right. Glad you like. The second one we'll do, because I wanted to do one yesterday, and so I want to make up for not having done it yesterday because of the inclement weather. The second one we'll do is I think I found a little baggie, like a little extra stash of 25 banana split switches. So maybe good for like a macro pad of some sort. The TikTok switches, I think is what gym leader Nathan called them. Exactly 25. I think it's like they sold them in packs of 25, and for some reason I chose to purchase 100 instead of 75. So let me go. We'll find that and we'll make sure All right, I'm going to, just in case, I think there was exactly 90, so I'm gonna keep 3 of these to the side with the legs intact. One of these guys I'm gonna have to, actually no. I was briefly thinking that I would have to modify a spring, but I'm reminded of the fact that like there's one singular advantage to Costar style stabilizers, which is that you don't need to modify your spacebar spring. Like Costar stabilizers, the way they, I guess the way they work here is that the way that it'll like come in and lift up like a switch, like it's kind of agnostic of like how heavy the keycap is. So I don't even have to make this change, I'm realizing, which is nice. Alright, I'm trying to, you know, I remember Basic Builds, she said one of her favorite investments was getting a little desktop vacuum. I feel like I should get one. Do you usually put a heavier spring in spacebar? Yeah, I do. I've noticed that it's typically more helpful in having switches return when I'm using like essentially like PCB mounted stabilizers like screw-ins. I've had situations where they just struggle to return, even for that matter, like on shift and enter occasionally will happen too. But a heavier spring like almost never hurt. Okay, so here's our, what I believe are 87 switches. So we'll throw these off to the side here. Yeah, but with Costar you don't really necessarily have that issue. So. You know what I'm gonna do? Aw, man. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna try to clean this up by just lifting up. I'm gonna lift up the desk mat and then just kind of like shake it out. Oh. Okay, should be good. I stagger my 2 desk mats for 2 reasons. One is it's the optimal position for my overhead so that you only see one of them. The other one is that it's also an optimal position for if I want to put my my wrist rest on one and like line it up properly. It's also helpful for that. And then I don't know, some people like multiple desk mats, they like how it feels. Me, I'm okay either way. Okay, let's grab our work mat, and I guess we'll kind of kick off. Desoldering. I think there's still a few more things we kind of have to do here, though. Just before we do that, so one is we have to get this like daughter board off. This is like not your standard daughter board for anyone just joined in, because this is not where the actual USB connector is. It's just here for like how the firmware or the programmability is. Man, I feel like little plastic legs like all over the floor right now. Let's grab. That's what I think I'll do. I'm kind of recalling that the means by which to do this is you just kind of pry it off gently with like a flathead. That's how I remember it. Alrighty, if anyone wants a closer look, here it is. The HID Liberation Device. I believe there might have been like a second version of this that had an even more fun name, but I forgot what it was. I know that there was separate ones that were made for the Rosewill 104, as well as for the Quickfire. Yeah, the Pegasus Hoof, there it is. I forgot what the Rosewill one was, but I know the Quickfire Rapid one was the Frosty Flake. For some reason, I thought the Rosewill was the Pegasus Hoof, but I think it might have been something else. I guess I should remove the stabilizers here. And maybe we can just like flood these with some BDZ, just so it'll try to prevent rattle. I'm not gonna lie, I don't remember how to take these off. Do you guys remember? Because I don't. I'm wondering if it's necessary. But I do know that I have like a million of them. You know, I don't think it's necessary. Because what's going to end up happening is I don't need this plate like flat or anything. And I'm pretty sure that these don't protrude further than the switches. So I might as well just, like I could just keep it like this. It's totally fine. Okay, so with that said then, we're almost pretty much ready to begin here. I'm going to turn on the sucker, roll out the mat, and grab the what is going on here? Alright, we're good. I'm going to grab the fuel extractor and roll it. Sorry about that, guys. I got this dirty ass mat here. And again, I've always complained about it. I'm supposed to get a oh yeah, I guess it's not today. Amazon was supposed to deliver a big pack of toothbrushes to me, but I guess it just didn't happen. Alright, I will also probably prefer to turn my secondary mic off. American Haptics, yup. Okay, are you guys able to hear me now? Huh. Alright. I was just talking to myself. Wow. Okay, also, just out of curiosity, when you started hearing it, so what happened was my receiver wasn't on. In fact, it was very stupid. There were no batteries in my receiver. I usually recharge these batteries. And I guess out of curiosity, if I heard anything for like 5 minutes, I apologize for that, guys. Sorry. When you just started hearing me talk now, I got the transmitter like turned on. By any chance, did you guys like possibly not realize that there was like a humming, like just a faint hum that stopped until just now? Out of curiosity, I'm just wondering because I noticed that sometimes. I apologize. I turned off my secondary mic because I had this fan on. Oh, the music covered it. Okay. So I had this, when I turned this fan on, I usually try to turn off my secondary mic, but my secondary mic was the only one that was on this whole time. Because the head worn one, just had this on my head, and you guys, it's pointless because you guys didn't hear. Thanks for your patience and sticking around here. I was in the middle of like, I'm painting all the flux right on here because I noticed that, yeah, like factory solder issue. Need this to flow properly as I suck it out. And I was asking a question and I realized no one was, I don't know if anyone knew, but like I've noticed some people dip their irons into like directly into like flux, and I was wondering why. And also I was wondering because like I thought you needed to put it on the solder. I was wondering if it makes sense to just dip the gun, the desolder gun. Then after that I started mentioning a little, I don't know if I call it a complaint, it's more just interesting stuff about Canon keys. If anyone knows the answer to that flux question, then let me know. But Canon keys, I've been meaning to place an order with Canon keys for a bit. Hey Kevin, what's going on? Welcome. Rare TKL stream. So they're gonna place an order with Canon keys, but something came up. So they have AE boards Navy switches in stock, but the AE boards RAID switches seems like it's been going in and out of stock. And so I was just about to place one before stream, and I was like, oh, this went out of stock. Picked up GMK bread extras. Oh, nice. It's funny. I mean, like, it's good that you picked up extras there because that did not turn out how people thought it would. So now that you know that it's out there, and if you still liked it, now was the time to get it. But all those people who got in for group buy and pre-order, was like, I feel like they kind of got scammed. Hoping the alphas aren't too dark. They looked very yellow compared to like the beige that was in the renders. I think it was like an issue with color matching, and I think a lot of people were really upset about that. But I think, like, you know, it's not new, but I mean, this happens sometimes, and it sucks when it does. But at the same time, again, like in these scenarios is when like extras is a good idea. Can't go wrong with extras like this. I'm pretty sure a similar thing happened with Rudy, but Rudy still looks good. When people see like Rudy with their eyes, it's good. But I think people were kind of upset about that, how it turned out versus the renders. I think Finer Things. It's funny. Finer Things is people were upset about Finer Things too. But like I had no idea. But then when I actually saw it, this is one of those situations where I was like, oh yeah, that looks really good. In fact, I like that better than the renders. But people who got in on group buy or pre-order kind of upset about that. All right. Furthermore, there's a few more things about Canon keys, these items I was trying to order. So one was, I was kind of stopped up here from ordering from Canon keys because these RAID switches, they seem to be going in and out of stock. I noticed they were in stock at some point. They went out of stock. They came back in. Now they're out of stock again. Whoa! Halloween boards! Oh my goodness! Oh my god, Halloween boards with a big ol' raid! That party of 45. Instigator, welcome. Kevin. Eric Wong, welcome to the stream for the first time. Quackers, welcome back. Oh, I hope you've been good, man. Hope you've been good. How's the build? How was your stream? Hope it went well. Appreciate you coming in. We're doing a rare TKL stream today. Just a pre-built Filco. Mainly motivated by trying to harvest these cherry switches. But still trying to do an interesting build and make it stupid while we're at it, as we usually do. Been good, man. The board is a chonker. Ooh, I gotta check it out. Gotta check out that VOD, see how that finished. That's cool, man. I appreciate you bringing everybody in here. I appreciate everybody watching me work on a pre-build. But let that not deter you, because sometimes these pre-builds, like, there's interesting stuff that comes out of it. Oh my god, so many interesting things that come out of them. So we are right now putting in some flux just to make the solder flow better as I suck it up. Guys, everybody, welcome. This brush is trash. As are my brushes usually. Guys, welcome. I was just in the middle of complaining about an order I was trying to place on CK. I don't dislike CK. It's just a few things had come up. RAID switches out of stock, coming in and out of stock. Irascible Cat, thank you for the follow. Another thing too is that I'm trying to get these Gateron CJ switches, and like what I find like kind of annoying sometimes is when these when vendors put together like you can buy these in like predetermined quantity packs. So it's like you can buy 70 and you can buy 110, but you can't buy 90. Like what if I want 90? You have to buy 110? But anyways, last thing is not a complaint. It's just an interesting thing. I don't know if anyone knew this because I didn't learn this until like relatively recently. But the Bakaneko PCB is actually a Rev 2 of the J02 PCB. I did not know that. So I think I'm getting I've been wanting a second J02 PCB. But yeah, you could just buy a Bakaneko. This brush, man, this brush seeing better days. You're flooding these joints here with flux. Got a tiny issue in trying to desolder the very first switch. It's like, oh, this is what we need to do. You know what I feel like is, why hasn't anyone made an HHKB TKL? Or an HHKB something bigger? Got the split backspace, the split right shift, the actual physical corner blockers. You actually saw one? Wait, has someone made this? Not too sure what board it was. I need to know. But you know, it's like I realized you can just make one. You absolutely can make one. Like, the idea here would be like you have the corner blockers for control, and you could do so just by virtue of the plate you cut. So like that's kind of like one dream I have is to like get like a really nice TKL, and then use like one of those PCBs that support split backspace and split right shift, and then cut my own plate blocking off the control keys. Can you imagine that? Like get a nice little F1 or a Jane and cut a plate and do something real stupid. I mean, honestly, TKL, really? Ooh, let's check out this imager link. Ah, there it is. Ah, I like that. Ah, there's no keycaps mounted. That's pretty cool. Ah, but look at this. Look at this Joker here. Full backspace. This Joker. SM keyboards. I gotta check this out though. That wasn't the board though? Ah. So there's another board. A real nice one, I'm hoping. Okay, we have brushed on a bunch of flux, and this brush I feel like I gotta throw away soon. Alrighty. Let's get this back up to heat. We'll close this up for now. We're gonna do a little sucking. Let's get the cleaning tools, just because we will need these. And then we're gonna get the fan on. Let's do this. Guess I'll go from the bottom here. I probably didn't need to use as much solder as I did, but I doubt it's gonna hurt anybody. This is lead-free solder. Oh. Yep, I just missed it. Oh, this is weird. What a weird board. What a weird layout. You know what I'm realizing? I should probably leave a few switches in here. Just so I have alignment right. As I continue. Alright, I guess I'm leaving N in there for now. I'll probably leave caps lock as well. Maybe up arrow. I already did up arrow. Oops. Alright, I think it's might be time to clean. Oh, that is dark. This lead-free solder is so weird. Alright, let's try cleaning this up a bit. This is gross. Cleaning out the nozzle here. Okay. Still a little more. We're cleaning out this little filter barrel. Alright. Almost clean. Okay. Oh my god, this is gross. What the? Dang, this is gunking up something nasty. I guess it's the flux. Not quite clean yet, guys. Bear with me here. Thank you for being patient. Alrighty. Let's put this back together, hopefully. Hopefully this isn't too bad, but that was pretty gross. There's some gross stuff on this. Dried up flux mixed up with some of the solder. Just like extra high heat. All right. Back in business. Let's do this. All right, we'll keep page down in there. Ooh, it's starting to weaken. I feel it again. So we're leaving a couple of these in because we want to get them like, we want to make sure that this is aligned, knowing that there's no fourth and fifth pin on these switches. Probably just our best bet. So the plan is, as I keep some of these, oh no. Alright, cleanup time. As I keep some of these soldered in, I'm gonna solder in the next, like the actual batch of switches, a few of them. And then I'm gonna come back around and then desolder these remaining ones. Clean this up again. Cleaning out the nozzle again. We're probably gonna have to do this at least 2 more times. At least 1 more, but probably 2. We have about 1 partial row left, and then after that, whatever's remaining. Oh, oh, that could have been close to a burn. Fishy burritos, welcome to the stream. Thanks for coming along with the raid. Oh, this is nasty. Oh, this flux getting captured in this barrel? Oh my goodness. So this might need to be replaced soon, which sucks because I feel like I just replaced it. But it's like it's kind of a necessity. Oh, that's nasty. Man, I want to clean this out, but it's like, how do I even do that? Just so that you guys can see. This right here is supposed to be white. That is not the case. There's a big chunk of solder that's usually like scrapable. You can usually scrape it out. But this I'm having so much trouble. I think it's just like that mixture of solder and flux. It is nasty. This is kind of stuck. This is gonna be bad. Right. Got that off. I'm going to need to wash my hands. Alright, I'm gonna be back, wash my hands. I'm gonna need to wash my hands like a few more times too. Oh, gross. Ooh, that's disgusting. My god, okay, and then even before we could do that, I gotta clean this flux mister off of like the other end of the sucking barrel. This is so gross. This has me worried, like, might I need to buy another one? Like another nozzle. It's not just the filter that's getting gunked up. I realize you guys can't really see what I'm looking at, but I am not willing to risk having this be really hot and burning myself just to show this on stream underneath the proper camera. But I assure you, it's gross and it's hard to deal with. I guess this is the disadvantage of working with like this factory solder. And I'm keeping this fan on just because I know that there's... Well, I'm not sucking anything right now. There's probably still fumes in the air that aren't doing me any favors. Alright, I'm just gonna act like everything is working. Alright, let's try to continue. I apologize, my hand's already all dirty again. Uh-oh. I think this barrel, the filter barrel, might need to be changed. Yeah, this bad. Okay. Oh, gross. Alright, I'm gonna wash my hands again and grab another one of these. Who knew? It's almost like in order to desolder these like factory boards with the, you know, like the pre-built boards with factory solder, it costs more. It costs more because you're typically going to have trouble one way or another. Like if you're trying to use like a hand pump or some other kind of gun, you're going to have trouble without using flux. And then even when you do use flux, it's cleaning this up is like keeping it clean in order to continue sucking is it's a tough situation. Let's try this again. Okay, yeah. I think at that point I'd already ruined the filter. So it's already trashed right now. And I feel like there's a chance here that by the time this one's done, it's gonna need to go in the trash as well. And each of these filters are like $6 to $8. The most expensive cherry reds I've ever had the pleasure of desoldering. So, what does this mean for us? I think We got a handful of pre-builts left, and no more pre-builts after that. Ah, they didn't fully work. Okay. For now, I think I've desoldered all I've wanted to. So let me start prying these off. And I think I'm going to have to do this like kind of sideways because I don't want to get the flux on the mat. So that one we're going to struggle with. I wonder how easy. Okay, I guess I still have to use this guy. Three pin reds. Oh, my bad. I didn't know you were live. Hey, Snooze, all good. Thanks for being here. Yeah, a couple of these need to be reflow. But you know what? That's okay because knowing that, I think we can remove some of the fluxed ones. This one, oh, that one was okay. Snooze in, welcome, and everybody welcome. Trying to solve a little pre-built issues. It's I gotta say, you're never without something interesting when it comes to pre-builds. Never. Oh, Snooze, thanks for hitting that open a package. I'll do so when things are kind of clear here. Might be a little time before I get to it. One package today. Appreciate you hitting that. What's good? Hey, what's going on, Aaron? Hope you've been good. We're working on a pre-built board today. These pre-builts, always interesting. Z, X, C, V, B, N should be still stuck there. Do you sell these keyboards after you're done? I haven't. Usually a lot of streamers will work on keyboards that were like from clients. Like they've gathered the parts, they paid for all the parts, they send them to the streamer to build, and then the streamer may or may not charge for the service. It's typically like keyboard streams that are common, I guess, but for me, these are all like personal builds. Like I've chosen to buy these and I want them. So it hasn't been typical that I've sold keyboards when I've finished them. Personally, I don't think I've done that before. Okay. But I mean, yeah, if you're interested. Oh man, this is gross. Dude, I was gonna message you. Yeah, I mean, if you're interested in, I have a disposable. Oh, right on. Yeah. Oh, for sure. That's what you do. Yes. The only thing is, I don't do prints. I think that honestly has been something that has deterred a lot of people from coming to me for developing film. Like I'll do development and I'll do scans, but I don't do prints. So just wanted to give that as a heads up. Let me go wash my hands again because there's all this like gross flux solder all over my fingers and I don't want to dirty up these switches more than I already have. But yeah, if you're interested, Aaron, hit that exclamation film command. I have a form. It just like helps me organize all of it, and lets me know in advance what to kind of expect. Dallas, welcome. Glad you could be here. This switch got dirty. There's a couple more I could possibly pry off, but they're the ones that are difficult because they're underneath these like stabilizer wires. Sounds good. Check it out. Yeah, right on. Thanks so much for dropping by the way. Mode came today. Hey, right on, Dallas. Hope you're excited. And when you have it all built up, you should post some pictures. Alright, this is cooled down. In the meantime, I'm gonna get my iron in so we can reflow a few of these things, solder some of the new switches, all that good stuff. First day off since last Tuesday. Ooh. Built Sunday. Nice. Whoa, did I burn a piece of hair? Okay, a couple ones coming off pretty easy. Okay, at this stage now, I'm gonna pop in some of these guys in these corners. Desolder gun's the best invention, honestly. Yep. Ooh. What is happening here? I got bent legs. This one has a bent leg. Oh, that one also has the stupid 5 pins. Okay. What's that fan you called have? This is a FX F11 from Edson. It's pretty pricey. So I'll just make that admission. It's pretty pricey. There's a couple of advantages. One is an obvious advantage. One is I can't really determine if it really is. So one is that it can function also as a solder holder. But the other advantage where I'm just not sure is apparently it's a lot more quiet than others, which I there's no way to know because this is the only one I've ever had. But apparently it's more quiet. So check it out. It's from Edson, EDSYN FXF11. Speaking of solder, let's throw this guy in. And then I'm going to start soldering in these 4 corner ones. Low down them in. I realize also that I'm doing this a little bit off screen, so bear with me. I'm going to get cleaned up shortly. So everything should be all good. That's exactly why we needed that to be soldered in like this. Hear that little click? That means it briefly got misaligned and we were able to realign them. Klaus Live, welcome. That's not a bad price, to be honest. $99.50 from them direct is what I see. Yeah, but I think there's like a bunch of like Amazon ones that you can get for probably like 40 or less. But you know, of varying qualities. I mean, you know, Amazon generics sometimes can be a little funny. But yeah, this one, like something legit from Edson, can't go wrong. I feel like 8744. Ooh, even better. I am looking for something I can store these red switches in, and I'm continually having to go back and wash my hands because there's a lot of black shit all over. I'm not trying to get more things messy than I need to. All right, do I have any tiny boxes I can throw this in? Okay. How long is the power cable for it? I don't know. I wanna vaguely say maybe 5 feet. I'm just kind of eyeballing it right now. Like I can kind of see it. I mean, it's pulled out here. I think it's probably around 5 feet. Where's the power switch on it located? I'll point it out after I clean these guys up. Just give me 1 second. Okay. Okay, power switch is right here. Let's see if we can show this off. Right here. See, it lights up a little right there. Filter, you can see that it's caught a lot of lead in it already. And then, yeah, it also holds solder as well if you have one of these big reels. So, cool little thing. And again, people say it's quieter than other fans, but I don't have anything to compare it to corroborate that. Okay. Continuing along. So I have these 4 guys pushed in. I guess I can continue. Let's put a couple more. Let's do like F7. And also, let's see if we can get this inside of the spacebar one. Okay. So we got spacebar, F7, and U. I bent the leg on the spacebar, of course, so of course that would happen. Let's grab a new one. A Klaus, yeah, I would recommend if you're okay with paying the price. Okay, so I have a few of these guys in. I'll do the second. I'll do the second legs on all of these. I think I have 7 switches. And then I will go back to trying to desolder some of these other rogue ones here. Alrighty, this one back to sleep. Let's get that warmed up. So this is where, you know, I kind of wish that toothbrush package came in. I got a lot of, like, actual, like, brushed on flux all over. And that would be very useful to have. I might be running, paper towel over this, but let's see. I think looks like there's about 3 switches here that might just need an entire reflow. That's one. This one I can't tell, so I'll just do both legs here. One more here on tab. Okay. So 4 joints to resuck for 3 switches. black mirror back piece looks so nice. You mean like how it's kind of like glossy? Is that what you're referring to? Okay. Should all be good now. Okay, I'm going to try to, I don't know. I'm just gonna run a paper towel unless anyone has any objections to me trying to run a paper towel over this. For the mode, oh, for the mode 65, right on. Yeah, I really need this toothbrush. Looks super sleek. There's been some like back pieces and other things like just out there for certain designs right now that are just looking really nice. I gotta check out the modes. Hey, send a picture of the mode. I want to see it again. It's been a minute since I've seen it. But if you care to, send over a picture of yours or just like any mode. I want to see that back piece. Currently just wiping away this flux, dirty solder, all of this, in full recognition that I should be using a toothbrush. I feel like this is going to be a big mess if I don't do this now. I know I usually make a mess anyways, but this is going to be a worse mess. Alright, I'll check that out when I can clean up my hands. Hands a bit messy at the moment. Didn't have stabilizers or I would have built it to, that's why you're waiting until Sunday. And your, day off as well. Those come in tomorrow. I see. I'm gonna check this out just shortly. I do want to see it. Okay, I think I'm mostly cleaned up here. Just wanted to get like the actual like flux, like the pastiest parts off. Just because I know if I don't, it's gonna be a big mess. Guess while we're here, let me try to see if I could clean that switch. One of the switches I desoldered, I got a lot of this gunk on. Okay, I think I got it. Alrighty, wash my hands again. Hopefully the last time for a little bit. Oh, I want to clean this. I do want to clean this, though. So we'll clean this up before I wash my hands. All right. Seems okay for now. Let me oh my god. Spin this out. I'm going to try to spin this out. Uh-oh. Critical error in cleaning this. I have partially messed something up. Just trying to clean this as carefully as possible. Thanks everyone for your patience. Trying to keep my equipment clean so I can provide you with the best content possible. Clean content. I swear I'll look at it. Just give me a moment. I gotta clean. Maybe another minute or two. This gunky, fluxy solder here. Trying to remove this. So gross. Much of this content is me cleaning stuff up here. You guys can't even see it. I feel a little bad, but I'm also trying to be safe. I know that if I tried to show this on stream, I will probably burn myself. And we don't want that. I don't want that. Personally. Just a personal thing. Vibin'. Appreciate it. Almost done. Alright, I'm just gonna consider this clean. And we can carry on with our evening. One thing I always forget to do is I always forget to tin this tip. Alright, I'm gonna shut this off, and as it cools down from getting shut off, I'm gonna try to tin it now. I had a pretty good run first time around, but struggling to actually get it to burn as a cover. That's what I'm trying to do. There we go. I got it. Very sweet. Alright, let me put this back here. Hopefully call this done. Done-ish. Almost. Okay. I want to say it's hand washing time. Then it's time to look at these Mode 65 pictures. Alright, let's check this out. Ooh. What set is this? Like, it looks kind of like Dolce, but there's a tractor on there. Ooh, I love that. Oh man, wait, hey, when the Mode 60 coming? That Mode 60, I need that Mode 60 HHKB. That's what I need. Oh, that's nice. It's real good. GMK, Apollo, got it. Need that Mode 60. Alright, I think we're Mode 60 would be so nice. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Can you imagine? They literally could do it. I don't see why not. Exactly the same. Need that Mode 60. Need that F2 60. That's a real thing. That's supposed to be coming out in June. Frog Mini. Just throwing a 60 after every existing keyboard that's not a 60, just throw a 60 after it. Ooh, my eyes got dry. Cleaning that gun is just so needs an incredible amount of focus. Mode 60 with the same type of back piece stuff, super nice. What other great non 60% boards are there? Let's just throw the number 60 after it. Jane 60. TGR Jane 60. Satisfaction 60. Bauer 60. Icky 60. A the whole spectrum. KBD 6X. What are some okay, how about this even furthermore? What are some 60% that they've only done win key or win key lists of too? Thinking like Unicorn HHKB. FL HHKB, ah. Ooh, UTD. No, OTD. OTD 356 mini HHKB. I was wondering what these little rice grains of blue are. We had to clip the legs off of these penguin switches. Fuji HHKB. Ooh. Ah. Damn it. Where did I lose that switch? Oh man, it went all the way down there. Real Force HHKB. Voice 65 Voice 60. Voice 60 HHKB. I'm not gonna lie, all these things I'm asking is like I don't actually know a whole lot about some of these boards because I never really look deep into non 60% non HHKB boards. Copy and paste this. Yeah, Geek Hack get kind of crazy, admittedly. Oh, dude, it wouldn't even be that hard to, huh? It would not be that hard to do this. Oh, I realized that some of it's off screen here, or covered by my. No worries, no worries. That was already 9:45. All right, over under. Can we finish this in? Can we finish this before 11? I say yes. 12:45. You think I'm gonna be another 3 hours? I really hope not. Jeez, so much of this is just nonsense. EST gang, for you it's 12:45. All right. Been meaning to do this for a while. Alrighty. I guess let's go through it. Let me throw all these little legs out. Rice grain legs. Before I just splatter it all over. Mr. Suit HHKB. Oh my goodness. Suit 60. Oh. Thank you. Appreciate that. Part of me is thinking, I don't even know if I care to Wodan this. I feel like it should be good. I'll do the edges. I'll do the edges and then the inside ones we don't have to do. Crazy? Yeah. Like I was just seeing the mammoth. People doing the I think it was, what is it, Alex Otos was doing the mammoth. That had a really nice back piece. What could you imagine if that mammoth was a 60 HHKB? Ooh. Alright, I really don't think I need to do this. Okay, I'm just gonna move along and not Wodan it. I'm sure it's fine. I see no terrible alignment issues throughout, so. And for how little I care about this board, I don't think it deserves my attention to do one switch leg and a push each time. This is how we'll speed up tonight's stream. One of these boards, I recall programming it. It might be this one, but I'm not sure. But I recall programming one of my aftermarket like controllers so that like on these 6.25 TKLs, there's that menu key in between right control and right windows. But I remember programming that to be like left click. And I wonder if that's this key. I'm so curious to find out. The little numpad. Wait, which little numpad were you referring to? Mammoth 20. Oh. Yeah, that mammoth weight was really cool. The mammoth back piece. Or bottom piece, I guess. how y'all deal with like boards this big, man. This is crazy. Regular numpad with 3 extra at the top and a knob and had a little weight still. I still haven't had any boards that use a knob yet. In large part that is because for some reason they don't put knobs on 60% boards. Zero, welcome. Rare HHKB build. Or it's a non-HHKB build, it's a TKL build. Largely inspired by the fact that I wanted to harvest these old pre-tool cherry reds that are really scratchy. But we made a build out of it, so. Ed and I had tuned these Penguin switches a couple weeks ago. Granted, we did forget to clip the legs, so we had to do that during this stream. Also made a little discovery, knowing this is a Filco pre-built, and we're putting this in this aftermarket metal case. Had to figure out if it were possible to use an aftermarket plate with the case. Turns out you can't. So we're using the stock plate. Thus we have to use Costar. Putting this back together is also going to be a huge pain. We'll already admit that. I'm also wondering if I should continue to use these ePBT gray blanks. Maybe I should use some other keycaps instead. I don't know if I have any spare beige sets. I think I do, but it's one of them is one I'm trying to get rid of. Which is ePBT beige with black Cyrillic sublegends. I'm gonna flip this around. So that's one option. I'm trying to think if I have any more just kind of spare key sets that are beige. I don't believe I do. But it's always like a fun thing to try to figure out how to throw blinks on a keyboard. And again, on top of that, I don't really care about this board that much. So why would I bother? Kind of looking. I could throw monkey on this. GMK monkey. GMK Cyan. Those are some key sets I have that are without HHKB compatibility. I have Imsto Irish. That one might be of interest to some. OG? Yep.
Forgot I had this.
Forgot I had. Hey! Dallas, thanks so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate that. Let me push this in. This don't look quite right. Ah, some of these may have needed a WODAM. That one most definitely did. But I'm not hurt about this because I don't care about this board that much. Hey! Enjoy the best emotes on Twitch. Best emotes is my girlfriend's dog with a cowboy hat on. Is that the one? Let's see that. Oh, I do like that. That is nice. Gotta check out your girlfriend's content. What she stream? She have the keyboards too? Need to update it to be more zoomed. It's my emote, just her dog. I see. Oh, so you stream? Do I follow you? Hold up. How do I follow you? Am I following you? I am now. On the very rare occasion, I see. Alright. Well, I'll know when you're online. Possibly this Sunday. Ooh. Alright. Oh, because you got a build to do. You got a mode 65. think this one may have needed to be low down. Oh well. Trying to like look at some of my work as I'm soldering. As I'm soldering different switches, I'm trying to be able to tell whether or not my solder job made a whole lot of sense. A little hard to. Any plans to watch a new Spider-Man movie? Ooh, I didn't have plans to, but I feel like that may possibly come up in conversation. That's something I could be possibly doing. It is coming on streaming soon after, right? Like, I think it has like a theater release, and then is that right? A theater release followed shortly by streaming. It's good. I just watched it. Right on. Hope so. Yeah, there's a bunch of flux here. Whoops. All right, just a couple more. Alrighty. I think that should be it here. I guess one thing we could do is just test to see if it works. Fortunately, I have some on the side. I don't have to use that cable right now. I could just use this one on the side. Pre-replacement cable. See if we can test this out. But we will need to throw the daughter board back in. You know, I feel like there's a chance here that we didn't even need to take this out. I don't think this would have hurt anyone to keep in. Man, I'm like running out of USB ports. It's madness. Actual madness. Okay. Seems good so far. So weird having all these keys. Whoa, my god. Okay, F11 in oh, that one returns bad, that F12. Interesting. So I have what I believe are some possible macro switches up here. I don't know what this is. But the top two here, I'm a little bit confused by. Neither of them are click, but they don't seem to be doing anything. And then print screen is like, it's something, but I have no idea what this is. Okay, D is bad, F12 is bad. F is kind of bad. Just gonna write it in there. Ah, this one's click. Okay, so I've definitely done some funny remapping here, and I don't quite know what they are, but... And there's caps lock. Okay, things seem to work. My old Ducky Shin 2 had that daughter board thing. Ah. I feel like right arrow is also funky. Okay, so those are the 4 keys. I kind of think I need to do some desoldering then. Because I don't, as much as like, I don't really care for this board, I don't want a bad board, you know? Personally, I don't. Oops. Slowly trying to take this out. I know that I can, there's an easier way to do this, but there we go. So it's D, F, F12, and right. So my plot here is I only have 3 replacement switches, which I'll need to cut the legs off of. I could just alternatively take off the, like just open it up and just steal the springs. What I do know is that these are, oh my god, it's dirty. These are 63.5 gram springs as I understand. Oops. I almost clipped my nail. So here's my plan. I'm going to, so since it's Costar, I don't need to put in a heavier spring, but I probably will still put a heavier spring. What the fuck? I may have done something weird here because I swear to you guys, I swear that I kept 3 of them uncut, and yet one of them was already uncut, so I'm only cutting 2. So like, did I put in one with legs in here by accident? I don't think so, because I don't have any really bad alignment issues as far as I can see. But I am a little bit weirded out by that. The PCB does not seem to be warped anywhere. Neither does the plate. So, weird. No explanation. So D, F, F12. So I'm going to replace. I'm going to take off these 4 and the space bar. I'm going to remove these first, move the space bar to one of these, replace the other 3, and then I'm going to have an empty space bar for which I'll have one that has a heavier spring. Just cause, you know. I think I have a 63 gram slow spring, so that's what I can do there. So I guess I'll have to bust this out again. let me go and look at my stash here. Alternatively, I can think about other switches that I have just used. I think my pewters, the pewters that I just used, also have 63.5 gram spring, so I could use that instead. I just need to find where I put them. I think that's this guy right here. In fact, yeah, actually, there is this guy. Let's see if it works. I might still prefer to put something slightly heavier. Maybe I'll do a 68 gram something. Let me find some. I have a bag of 68 slows. Okay. So what was it? We had F12. Right arrow. D and F. I think F12 and D were the worst. And then we're also going to take out spacebar. So junk. Super junk. Super junk. And regular junk. Okay. Then I'm going to move this guy to a different one. Then I'm going to take one of the regular junk ones. And we're going to put a 68 in it. Just testing again to see any other hanging issues. I don't think so. Okay. I have this bag of 78 gram slow 2s that I usually use for my cherry stabilized boards, which is pretty much every board. We're gonna get rid of this guy. Throw this guy in. Oops. I guess I should oil it up just because it's here and I can. I'll just reassemble it. I will mark it as technically different. Just run out of ink already? Some of these plastics here, they don't accept ink as well as others. I feel like. Where did I put the solder? Oh, still here attached to this. Okay, no fume extractor because I've already shifted too many things around. So I'm just gonna try to do this real fast and not breathe anything. But yeah, these pre-built boards, they typically use these like daughter boards in ways that are really not as clever as how the community had introduced daughter boards into the scene. Well, it's basically like a breakout, not only for the, I guess pretty much just for the ability to throw the cable somewhere else, so you're not tied to a certain spot. I used to just breathe this all the time. It's really bad. I would recommend not doing that. Okay. Let's try this again, make sure that it works. Let's make sure that it's all good to go. Out of curiosity again, guys, do you... I don't know if you guys care that I put in any given specific keycaps on this. I'm thinking of just continuing to throw on the... oh man, my hands are all dirty. I think I might be dirtying this mouse. ePBT blanks that I already had thrown on from before. Oh man. H. H also has an issue. I didn't catch it early. Oh, the reset. What the hell? Okay, so what's the plan here? I have a bad H. N. So H is the bad one. I'm thinking of maybe at this stage trying to steal one of those pewter springs. We could do that. We could steal one of the pewter springs and then still like throw this again on a different switch, or I can continue using more of these slow springs, these 68 grams. Maybe I'll throw that on the escape or something. What y'all think? Yeah, this one's junk. I am going to take off the escape, and we're going to put a 68 gram on the escape. I have no trust. I don't even remember which one was the really bad one. That's pretty bad. That one's kind of bad. Throw that there. Grab another one of these 68 gram springs. Lube this up. I got some dirty fingers. Just kind of brushing some on here. Throw it back together. Should be a lot smoother. A, S, D, F, G, H. Okay. I'm just gonna pretend like everything is fine after this. I think that's our best bet, because I can probably do this all night. Yet it's already 10:30. Should be good now. We can probably... I don't know, whatever. Why does that not make a sound? Oh, I like how I pre-programmed left control there. Oh, that's Pog by Young Me. And I put caps lock on right alt. Oh my gosh. Alright, we should be good. Alright. Oh my god. Woo! Gerald! Hey! Asmodeus, thank you for the 5 months. Guys, we've been working on this pre-built for like 4 hours now. Pre-builts always, they always bring up something real wild, don't they? But Juby, thank you so much for that big ol' raid. Party at 29. Hope your stream went well. What were you working on tonight? Thank you for bringing along your community. I feel like, you know what I want to do? Is we got a bunch of these Costar stabilizers. Is maybe figure something out. Ask Juby how do you pronounce that? Hey Radar, what's going on? Good to have you here. Built in house. Oh, sick. How was that? How was that? Takoyo. You know, that's how I pronounced it at first too. I had a lot of issues pronouncing his Takio. Turned out surprisingly well. Nice. Very nice. Okay, so what I kind of want to do is I kind of want to flood this here with some BDZ. I guess we'll turn this. I'm probably gonna throw this away, this brush. So, what do we work on here? This is a pre-built rare TKL stream. I never stream TKLs. I never use TKLs. This is largely motivated by the fact that I wanted to harvest the scratchy cherry reds from them. But I felt like, hey, I had a bunch of these, like I had these 90 penguin switches lubed. Might as well put them to use and turn it into a build. Now I'm trying to figure out how we can try to lubricate these stabilizers, Costar stabilizers. Make a big old mess. Oh man, this is really bad, isn't it? Because like this is also loose. There's so many things, so many parts of this loose. About to go grab some Wagyu. Ooh, have a great stream, man. Girl waiting on me today. Hey, thanks so much for that big ol' raid, that party at 29. I hope you have a good dinner. Take care, man. So yeah, this is a rare TKL stream, rare pre-built stream. Again, motivated by my want to harvest. Really, it's really just the harvesting is all I wanted. Okay. This is already gonna be a big mess. Because like I have to apologize here. I have to get some lube right here. Like where the metal meets the plastic. Oh boy. It's gonna be messy. I'm not gonna have too much fun with this. Just dealing with putting this together. I already know. We already know. You know? Oh my god. Already. I feel like I'm just gonna do the spacebar. I really do not want to do these other ones. Really like penguins. I should pick up some more. Ones I had went to a board I built for my dad. It's funny. I feel like for some reason a lot of people seem to not like them. But you know, I had these. Ada and I tuned them. We're gonna check out what it's really all about. Costar goodness. Oh my, nothing but goodness here. Nothing but a mess. That's what that is. I feel like I should just put the lube not on the wire, but on the plastic. What y'all think? This is mad. No, I should be using my my little jewel grabber. Okay. Let's just try this out. Let's see if this was at all effective. Good enough. I mean, we're already doomed from the start here because we have Costar. It's gonna rattle. I have to keep my hands clean. There's too much. It's just too much, man. Let's get our secondary mic back on. Okay, now what if I just threw this on all of these? I have a second one. The second one of these jewel grabbers. What if I did them at the same time? This is gonna be so stupid. Also, I mean, I guess writing's already on the wall here. I'm using these blanks. I'm gonna continue with the blanks here. I was thinking of throwing on one of my many other keycap sets on here, especially ones that would be good for the fact that they don't have HHKB compatibility is like perfect to use on here. But I don't care about this board enough, and I don't want to have to change these stabilized keys. This actually kind of worked in keeping my hands clean. Now we have to figure out, because these are blanks, we have to figure out which one actually goes where. And these are like not labeled at all. I think this is enter. We're trying, we're trying. Flip this out. This is so goofy. Damn, this is a long ass stream again. Hold up. I'm still here, aren't I? All right, one left. I need to keep my hands so clean. Stream is almost done. I just need to put this way. Why don't you put the... I try putting the bottom body of the switch in. A typical... Hey, it's like a typical stream. Typical Tuesday night. Even though it's Thursday. If I flood it, like actually flood this. Like it can't be like it's too sluggish, can it? Like cherry stabilizers or any kind of PCB mounted stabilizers. All right, let's try this. That's just still rattling. Luckily, I don't care enough. That doesn't sound too bad. This one's bad, though. I think it's a factor of this part, like the actual where the wire connects to the clips, like the Costar clips. So like I could try like throwing them in, like throwing in some lube there now. Trying to be so extra careful to not get it on the keycap. Although I'm pretty sure I think that's better. Doesn't sound too bad. I'm most definitely getting it on the keycap. Oh, I just got all over a switch. Alright. I'm done. I'm done with Costar. All right, the next level of idiocy is trying to get this back inside the case. It is very hard to because of how stupidly I planned this. Like, I think this was a year and a half ago. I was like, oh, how can we make this nice? Take a look at this, guys. I'm gonna grab some gaffer's tape because I think what I wanted to accomplish back then with electrical tape can probably be done with gaffer's tape even better. So basically, I have a Filco to USB-A female connector, and then I have this like pretty cheap like $10 cable or less, like $3 cable that I just like the color match on this case and these keycaps. But it's like you had to have routed this like almost perfectly just to get it to like smash in and fit. So let's try this. I'm gonna just cut a bunch of tape. We'll just kind of see if this works. Oh, by the way, Mika G, Mika G, however variant of pronunciations it may be. Thank you for the follow 8 minutes ago. Appreciate that. So it's really important that this guy stays here. I think that's the #1 most important thing. Meanwhile, there is also this guy. So perhaps it would behoove us to just tape this down. Try our best at least. Okay, there we go. So now we have to try to work this in. I think that actually worked. Huh. Not bad. Good job, Chris. Thanks. Okay, this didn't quite work. Because unless, I think it will, just have to smash it in, really smash it in there. Because I think at this stage, the issue that I'm facing is this cable seated in this channel in exactly the way I want it and need it to be. Yes, I think it requires some smashing. Alright, I'm going to get rid of this dirty mat because we are not soldering. I'm not really at risk of dealing with all this. Okay, or causing any issues here. So gotta get rid of this mat. I also still do need to clean out the solder gun again. But I think largely we are in a good place. The reason for this is because I do want to flip this over, but I don't want to get like any of this grimy stuff. I think. Oh no. Ah, what an idiot. All right. Okay, so again, this is this like we gotta smash this in. I realize how stupid that sounds. Also, I did not tape mod or anything. Maybe, perhaps I should have. Like, if not, at least solely just to be totally sure I don't have to open this again if there are any possible shorts. Now, a question for myself is, why does it seem like I'm missing a bunch of screws? Did I drop a couple screws? There's 4 screw holes left, and I only see 2 screws available. Okay, here's one. I must have dropped another one somewhere. Ah, here it is. Alright, so once we close this up, I'm gonna check kind of the alignment, check the seams. Everything looks good, then we should be good. Alright, let's try this stupid ass keyboard out. Looks good to me. Yeah, I think that's good. Stabilizer's not bad. I wash my hands another time here. Alright guys, just a heads up, anyone who stuck around from the 2 big ol' rays from Halloween boards and from Gerald Juby. Again, I appreciate it, and I thank you for being here. We will run a couple of very, very minor giveaways. I have this tendency to run giveaways for junk that I have. So if you care to have some junk, stick around to the end here. We're gonna test to see that this, we're gonna mount the keycaps first, test to see that everything looks good. Run a couple type tests, and then run a couple games of marbles for some junk. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Alright. You know, I kind of want to switch the keycap set. I don't know, what do you guys think? Do you guys want me to switch the keycap set? These stabilizers really don't sound that bad. They're not the worst thing I've ever heard. part of me is like, fuck it, let's do cyan. GMK cyan. Unless I see something else I like. I'm looking. Blah, 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 blah. Let's take a look. I got Cyan and Monkey. Two very old, somewhat rarer sets. Part of me is like, ah, man, I gotta do cyan. It only seems right. I'm gonna pull this off and just kind of hope that our stabilization or lube there is still okay. Damn, I think I introduced Rattle. Dr. West 13, what kind of GMK would match on a black TKL? Can't think of something, only one on black. Honestly, you're right. That's kind of a tricky thing because I think like the idea of black, the idea of all black always looks good. But if you're trying to like diverge away, like for me personally, I honestly think you're right. Like I can only think of white on black as something that looks good on a black keyboard. A couple of options out of it. Like I've thrown on things that weren't, and like they didn't look bad. They just didn't look great. Like I've thrown Striker on a black Switch Guitar Alice. I did just post that today on my Instagram. Man, can't believe I did this. I reintroduced the Rattle. Thinking about Dracula. Whoa. Oh, I dirtied this up at the bottom here. Oh no. Oh no. One thing I think could work, which actually I really did not hate. I did not hate this. Was I put my Mecha 01 on a black keyboard. So it's like it's got black mods, but then like colored alphas, and I didn't hate it. Is that a Costar? Yeah, this is Costar. Tokyo Nights, Hammerhead. So I'm cleaning up this space bar. I'm also like just trying to think and figure out, can we possibly consider applying a little more BDZ? Because I almost just had this, I had this stabilizer perfect up until I decided to change. Change keycaps. Then I must have moved something that I shouldn't have. Always hard to like silence Costar, I think. Can you really remove the rattle of a Costar? I mean, you can, kind of. Like, you need to flood your plastic pieces. Like you need to flood certain parts of it just right. And I had it pretty good before I changed this keycap, but rattle's still back. Like the whole thing is like with enough BDZ, with enough lube, you can accomplish your dreams here. But looks like it would be a while before I could get it just right again. Hammerhead. XDeeds, welcome back to the stream. XDeeds recommending Hammerhead here. Alright, this will probably be my last attempt. One thing I could try is just throwing that other keycap back on. Maybe there's something possibly about the keycap or my luck with the keycap that would make this work. But this should be my last attempt at this. I really don't want to waste any more time. We're 4 hours in. I am a hater of white on black and black on white. Sorry, they're just too plain for me. At some point, I felt that way as well about both of them too. But I'm trying to pick up my appreciation. Yeah, I can't get this, man. Let me quickly try this old keycap. Maybe it's something about the keycap. If not, then it's something about how I... Wow. It must be something about the keycap. What the heck? It's the keycap. There's like no rattle with this keycap. Warp set. It's funny. Like, the thing is, this slightly more gray one, I think I'm pretty overexposed right now, but this slightly more gray one is PBT. So like maybe it's that like it's warped in a good way. Because this is a GMK ABS. Maybe we'll just run the blanks back. Been flip-flopping all night. Warped in a good way. Alright, we'll just not run cyan. Forget it. I really wanted to run cyan, but... I guess we won't. What set is that? So what I was just trying to throw on was ePBT, or sorry, GMK Cyan from 2014. But it looks like we're just gonna have stabilization issues. I think something weird is happening with the rattle. So instead we're throwing this on, which is ePBT, and it's just like a light gray set. I'm pretty sure you can find this on some like 1UP keyboards. I bought this on a group buy. It should have been like almost 5 years ago. I feel like top 2 rows and bottom 2 rows are always so easy. Thing about Olivia also looks good on black 65% with arrow blocker. I don't know about the black TKL though. Maybe I'll try. Yeah, I think yeah, Olivia would probably be good. I'm not like the hugest fan of Olivia, but I can see and I can understand. Yeah, it'd probably be good. I don't hate it. Probably not super easy to find a set of Olivia though, is it? Imagine it's like probably pretty hard to come by, and to come by with like an affordable price tag. Okay, so there's a barred key. So we can use the barred keys to then kind of deduce what needs to go on the home row. These 2 rows are always so hard for me. I've definitely already got one wrong. I think it's this one. I've been picking up a lot of older GMK sets because you do not see them on boards anymore. Yeah, that's the way to go. That is the way to go. I was so happy that I was able to pick up White Blue LZ. That's literally the name of it. Like, I think that's like the dumbest name, but that's the name of it. White Blue LZ. Picked up a set. Dark Soul. I feel like I used to see that. I used to see that come up a lot. I actually don't really remember what it looked like. I guess I might not have been interested in it at the time, but I used to see that come up a lot. Yep, I got another one wrong here. I think, man, I'm just off. So these are just off. Yo, a TKL, yep. TKL night. Trying to throw on these blanks. So hard. Dark, so let's check this out. Yo, alright, blink if you're fine. Hey, oh, okay, right on. Dark Soul. Yeah, no, this was, as I've been mentioning all night, this was largely because I wanted to harvest these old stock pre-tool cherry red switches from this board that I've always just owned. And I also, meanwhile, like I was intending to just do a build on it, so I had these Penguin switches, 90 of them. I tuned this for this build that I'm probably never, like hardly ever going to use. Alright, I feel like I'm most definitely missing some... Okay, no, I think we're good. Man, these are so challenging. Trying to figure out what goes on which row. Give me a second, guys. Still working on it here. We're gonna get it though. I gotta believe. I feel like right now I have this system here that I've never used before, which is I'm just trying to like lay them down in front of me and then like arrange them first before I start trying to mount them. What's wrong with the stabilizers? They're not marked underneath. They're not. Blanks look good. Someone keyboard looks nice. Wait till you hear the stabilizer. No, they actually. It's weird. With these keycaps, they're actually not the worst thing I've ever heard. As soon as I tried throwing on a GMK set, oh my god, it was terrible. What was that? You know. So they're Costar. These are Costar stabilizers. This is a pre-built that I've just been. I threw it into an aftermarket. Okay, I think this is good. I think I got it. Wow, no major errors. Oh, I like it. I like these switches. These switches, this configuration is not bad. It's just this dumbass layout. Can you believe anyone would use this? This stupid ass layout? Yeah, I can't believe it either, guys. Look at this dumbass thing. Alright. Let me... I gotta keep washing my hands because like I got a bunch of gross stuff like just from the whole desolder process when like that solder with the added flux dried out. It just like turned everything black. So like I know that I'm touching all this shit that's like bad. I'm just trying to keep my hands as clean as possible. It's just really hard. Oh my god, it's really 11? Good lord. Okay, let's plug this in. Just tuning on what TKL. This is a pre-built. This is a Filco, but in an aftermarket case. And oh my god, the ups and downs we've had tonight. Oh my goodness. But Hammer Brother, welcome. Hope you've been good. Let's go and test this out. See that everything still checks out. Hopefully everything still checks out. Filco and custom case, did we go back to 2016? We did. Main motivation here was I wanted to desolder these pre-tooled, untuned, super scratchy Cherry MX Red. I think we're good. Some of these ones you don't see, I mean, they're not going to register properly at all, but it's chill. Let's see. I do want to see. There are these like couple of things here that I feel like, because this is not VIA compatible like at all. Do you guys know where I could see like what is exactly being pressed? Because like I'm pretty sure like I think I have these three mapped to something really funny. I think they might be like F13, F14, F15 or something crazy like that. But if anyone knows where I can find like just some kind of online tester, drop that into the chat if you can. All right, let's just run a quick prediction. Oops. If anyone's interested in wagering some points, let's go with our normal thing. Usually our threshold 129. I can't seem to really break that very frequently. Usually stay pretty consistent here. So wager some points, guys, if you so please. For anyone just tuning in, we'll run a couple of tests here, and then we're gonna run a couple of fun giveaways. Key code tester. Oh, okay, perfect. Okay, so I did peek at keyboard tester, but I didn't know if that would have what I'm looking for. But okay, check this out. How do I clear this? Okay, so I have an F13. I do not know what these other two keys are, but the print screen key is an F13. I know that these last two have to be something. I've just forgotten what they are. But I do know I did program them to something. Non-HHKB. Hey, Ken, welcome. Hey, Ken, I don't know if you were able to catch the end of last night's stream, but you know, I know you were waiting for this finish from last night's stream. We got the green K HHKB. How did you remap? I don't fully remember. I don't fully remember. This was an aftermarket controller. Did not. I was in a game. Doesn't look nice. We built this K last night, olive green, and Dolch, older round of Dolch. I think I might replace these Windows keys with like arrows. Yeah, really nice. Can we see the green? Well, the bottom is brass, so it is a really nice green. I will say that. Check QMK to see if it is in there. So this is a HID Liberation device controller. This is an aftermarket controller by ePBT, short for Bathroom Epiphanies. He's a guy who worked on a lot of these like aftermarket controllers for pre-built keyboards. I thought you were building a 60% because you said you were sacrificing 2 more switches to the HHKB gods. No, that was last night. But no, what has happened here is that these two right here, I'm pretty sure I remapped them with something like QMK or something a long time ago. I forgot what it was. It might not have even been QMK. It might have been whatever ePBT had put together. I don't remember what they were, and I can't actually get this to register. I can get remember when Frosty Flake. I built with a Frosty Flake before. This one right here is an HID Liberation device. I think I have a Pegasus hoof and something else. I've never tried the Roswell one. So I don't know what these are. I'm very curious though. If someone else can find like some other key map, or I guess key code tester, let's look for that. Event key codes. Here we go. Let's try this. Yeah, these still don't register as anything. And I know I've soldered them in. We could go back to the VOD if you guys are really doubting. Doesn't VIA have a key tester? VIA does, but it doesn't, like this one specifically doesn't list an F13. So like, you know, I'll hit F12, but the print screen, which is supposed to be F13, isn't doing anything. And then my scroll, my pause, there's something. I just forgot. Like it was probably something absurd. Like for that matter, I actually did map this to left control. I did map my right alt to caps lock. And the funny one is, I forgot what this one was, but this one right here is a click. I mapped this to click, this menu key. EK tester. I'm not running, like I don't have my Windows machine on right now, so I'm just like too lazy to get that all set up, ready to go. What it could be is, it could be like a layer key. So this one, I also don't know what this Windows key is supposed to be registering to, but it's not registering either. I didn't realize you're not on Windows. Yeah, I have the EK tester. I just too lazy to run to get my Windows machine on right now. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what these are, man. I know they gotta be something. I just don't remember. So these ones are the ones in question. Right win, scroll, and pause. Let's see if this one registers. Ah, this one. Okay. So this is probably also one of the issues too, though, is that like this doesn't do anything in Mac OS. So this is the context menu key. So that's what that is. So I'm still left to wonder here about these two guys up here on the right, though. I'm sure it's like some ridiculous. Okay. Anyways, sorry. Let's see how the predictions went. All right. Everyone has voted for less than 129. All right. I gotta show you guys. Put your points into the abyss. All right, guys. Let's go and do this. Whoops. All right. Let's look for another theme. Matching theme here. Let's go with Iceberg Light. It's probably good enough. And that is why someone should have bet to believe. Okay, let's get the music off. All right, guys. So, recap of what we got here. This is a pre-built. This is a Filco TKL. But we are using a HID Liberation Device controller, like a daughter board. We have Penguin switches that had their legs clipped to fit the Filco PCB. The stock plate, which I think is like I don't know what it is, like it's like painted aluminum or something. With the bent edges, because I have to retain this rather than an aftermarket plate for those bent edges. Because it's required for this aftermarket housing, which is a Filco/Oni Tex aluminum case. The case depends on the stock plate. And then finally, Costar stabilizers. We tried lubing them. I think they work pretty well for this key set. For some reason, they aren't working with others. But this is ePBT, like a light gray. 60-second test threshold is we gotta try to hit 129, so all you guys could lose your points. So, all right, let's get it going. Penguin switches. Oh God. Okay, redo. Oh God. Oh God. Oh my God, this dumbass layout, dude. This backspace is like in the most inoptimal place. My goodness. All right. Next test. What do you guys think? I actually kind of like these switches though. He was giving you the evil eye. So yeah, Penguin switches. I kind of like them. You know, I think that they, among like, you know, other non-linear MX switches, like they'll generally have this issue where, like where the bump happens, there's like this little tiny like travel, between like where things like actuate, and so I think that kind of like messes me up a little bit too. But honestly, my biggest issue here is the like vastly inferior layout. All right, guys, we got a couple of giveaways here. Let me make sure here that I know what they are. Gotta find them. Give me 1 second. Going to find out what we're giving away. I believe we had two things. I had them written down. Ah, got it. Okay. So two items tonight. One, we have I put them on these desk keys, Ziplocs all the time. These pewter springs, 58 gram, either 58 or 58 and a half gram springs. Meanwhile, let me go and check for this other thing because I know it's around here somewhere. We're gonna find it. I know I got it somewhere. Aha! There we go. Some of these very pointless giveaways here. We got what I believe is a 25 pack of banana split switches, unopened. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 25. Maybe there's more. I don't know. There's a little more than 25 in here. So, two items. So, with that said, Hanky Pandy, welcome to the stream. Yes, we've just finished this pre-built Filco aftermarket case, metal like aluminum case here, TKL. We threw in some 63.5 gram penguin tactile switches. Yeah, switches are nice. Layout not so nice. All right, guys. Does this work here? Alrighty, guys. If you guys so please would like to join, believers, doubters, viewers, lurkers, people who like the build, people who want to win a prize, people who just want to win a game of marbles, vote for your favorite map or your favorite number from 1 to 60. It looks like I got 2 new races here, or 2 new maps here. 1 to 60. Favorite map, favorite number. Get in on it. Let's go. For anyone out there, I'm gonna ring the bell here. Guys, it's time for a little prize giveaway. We're first gonna run the pewter springs. Let's run the pewter springs, and then afterwards we'll do the 25 banana split switches. Good, probably for a macro pad, or to fill out the rest of your banana split switch collection, or your switch testers. All right, we got 1 vote here. 1 vote for 18 Marble Centauri. All right, with 1 vote, let's unless anyone has any other votes over the next 15 seconds, it's gonna be Marble Centauri. All right, let's go. Guys, anybody out there wants to have their hand in winning some prizes here, smash that follow button, hit that play command, and let's get it going. Let's do here let's do 120 seconds. In the meantime, I guess I might have to clean up my my workspace here, including the a redo here of the desolder gun cleanup. I had a rubber band too. Let's put this thing away. But everybody join on in. A little game of marbles for anybody out there. All right, just about 45 seconds left to play. We got 3 competitors here competing for a small bag of springs. $20 seconds left to go. A modest 3 players here. That guy's got a 1/3, 1 in 3 chance of winning. All right, let's get it. Early lead here. Early lead here goes to X Deeds, but you know, it's anyone's game going through this vertical labyrinth. Koha's Ghost in the lead here, but XD's got this so far. Taking a look at this the stage here. It's like a 4-minute stage. I like these odds. Light work for you all, man. No competitors. We'll keep it going. I'm going to be cleaning this up here. This is what feels like an unnecessarily long stage here. XD's still in the lead. Not bumping into anybody right now. I picked it because of the length. Alright. Cleaning out this gun. We got another giveaway after this too, guys. 25 banana split switches. Or probably a little more. I love just watching my marble. I also realized, yes, your marble's not even on screen here. XD's in the lead, and then I say that for like the next minute. Alright, how about, what if I just watched Hammer Brother? If I go to the last place, I feel like the first and second place are probably still gonna be in view. At least were. Looks like a futuristic bobsled race. Yeah, that's marbles for you. I'm still working on cleaning. Bear with me here. I will get my attention back right when I'm finished cleaning this. Did Kevin get you? Oh, no winner. Well done, everybody. I don't know what happened there. I wasn't even paying attention. All right. We'll get this going here. Just still finishing up my cleaning here. I think we're pretty much done. This race was too long for that. Alright, do you run it back? Alright guys, first vote. First vote, we got the, we'll run that stage, whatever the first vote was. Hit that vote command, vote for your favorite map or your favorite number from 1 to 60. We got, we unlocked 2 new maps somehow. I don't know exactly how that works, but we did. We're still working at the pewter springs. I was interested in about, this is 70 pewter springs, 58 grams. Pixels Death Alley. All right, here we go. I gotta like cover the tip with some solder. Oh, okay. Well, I guess we got 2 people in here. Hit that, smash that follow button. Hit that play command if you haven't already. And I'll run the timer once I'm finished tinning this desolder gun tip. Appreciate everybody being here tonight. Thank you for sticking around. Always a great pleasure having every single one of you. Y'all like these 1 and 2 odds right now? Who's joined here? Kevin, was he left alone? Alright, let's reduce this. You guys got 45 seconds. 45 seconds to join, guys. There he is. My man. Alright, this cooled down too much for me to be able to melt any solder on this. I guess we'll call that finished. Just about 15 seconds left to join, guys. Hit it. Early lead goes to... Earliest of leads goes to Hammer Brother. Hammer Brother with our early lead. But it's anyone's game. Whoa! Oh my god. Oh, he's dead already. Oh, that boost. Whoa, where did Deeds go? Oh, Deeds is also dead. Alright, it looks like all Kevin has to do is make it to the finish line. Can Kevin make it to the finish line and win these 58-gram springs? Who knows? Let's see. What I do know is, Kevin, I believe you have a... Whoa! Alright, everyone's dead. The fun part about this is when everyone dies. Random track? Alright, random track, let's get it. Alright, 45 seconds. Hey, everybody hit that play command. Kevin back out there? He already died. Alright, I gotta figure out, I gotta clean up all these black spots that are just like everywhere. I think that's like my next mission. Alright, the gauntlet. Same 3 running these marbles. These games of marbles. Through 2 matches, everyone has just died. Hit that play command, guys, if y'all are interested. Whoa, oh, I guess it started. Early lead, I guess, is Hammer Brothers as soon as I hit that number. That number 1. Let's see, first to make it down. Oh, who is it? Deeds. I guess Deeds made it first, through first. Everyone's getting stuck there. Oh, Deeds has some good headway. Everyone kind of got stuck around the spinner. Deeds still in the lead. Let's fucking go! Hey, Vicinity. We're still on the first item. First of 2 items for the night. Everyone's been yeeted here through the first 2 races for the first item. If you care to, this round's item is a pack of 70, what is it, 70 JWK pewter springs rated at about 58 grams, I believe. The next match, whenever we actually finish this, is going to be a 25 pack of banana split switches. Stock, unopened. So if you care to get in on whatever the next race's prize may be, whether this might have to be a redo or if we move on to the next item. Feel free. By the way, guys, last night I ended stream. There was a crazy storm causing a lot of connection issues. We finished the K last night. It's a great board. I actually really like it. It was worth it. I said at the end of stream that I was going to go to the gym. I ended up not going to the gym because that... Oh! Looks like Deeds is done. So back to Kevin. Missed the stream, but the board looks so nice. Yeah, we'll bring it back into view here shortly because I'm not gonna be driving this. This is some nonsense. Oh, looks like Kevin is also dead. Bye, Kevin, said Kevin. All right, let's see Hammer Brother. Can Hammer Brother make it to the finish? Anyways, I ended up not going to the gym. I said I was gonna go to the gym after stream, but I ended up not going because that storm just felt too crazy. Look at those odds. No winner. All right. We're going to go random shack again. Bye, Hammer. Alright guys, smash that follow button, hit that play command because there was more people here. We'll extend this to about 60 seconds. If Insanity or anybody else out there, if you guys are interested in hopping in here. Hey, there he is. You'll now have a quarter chance of winning these springs. It is a bag of about 70. Count them, 70 JWK pewter springs rated at about 58 grams per spring. Springs again. My junk giveaways. In the meantime, I'll just be cleaning up, breaking down my area here. So why not? I should just run more of these marbles games. So like, yeah, I'll have something to do while I clean up. I'm still live. Everything's doing good. 12 seconds to join. Anybody out there, hit that play command. Oh, I also never opened that package that Snoozerton redeemed earlier. I feel kind of bad, but we'll do that after this. Love marbles. All right, early lead goes to Hammer Brother. Hammer Brother with that early lead, but Deeds is in front, as we can see. This is a funny looking one. This, like, the art of this stage kind of looks like Borderlands. Lagoover, welcome back. Nice to see you. Running a little marbles. 3 straight matches, everyone died. So, we also have 2 prizes. So, you know, depending on if everyone dies again, you can have a couple chances to win some fun prizes. Some junk. Whoops. All right, here we go. Who is in first? Kevin T. Dam. Trying to get through. I think there's a funny thing here. Hammer Brother. Hammer Brother made it through that. So here's the cog. Oh, whoa! Look at that. Oh, so close. So close. All right. Let's take a look. Deeds. Can Deeds get it? Oh, no. Deeds also dead. Oh, but Kevin. Kevin made it. Kevin made it through. Oh, it's all up to Kevin now. Will Kevin win this match? Will he win the springs? Only time will tell. Let's give Kevin a little watch, yeah? Let's watch our good friend Kevin here. See if he makes it through. Oh, there's another cog there. That could be that could potentially be a risk point. Will he get it? And it looks like he falls through, guys. Ooh! Kevin, winner of this marbles race, will I say that you are the winner of these JWK 58 gram pewter springs? Will you claim? All right, claimed. Kevin T. Dam, winner of this. I still need to give you that broken plain 60 PCB, don't I? Alrighty, next up, another one, guys. All right, so let's go back to the race menu. If you guys are interested, vote for your favorite map or your favorite number from 1 to 60. First vote could be the one that we choose. Just trying to get through this here. 25 banana split switches stock inside this bag from TKC, I think. From TKC, still in this TKC bag, has a nice little sticker here saying KWO621 with a sticker, this little art of an actual banana split. Someone vote for something. Hey, there we go. Pixels Raceway again. Again, let's do it. All right, guys, smash that follow button, hit that play command. We got 25, counting 25 banana split switches. Good for something like a macro pad or to complete your collection. Let's do 90 seconds. 90-second timer. Hit play if you so please. Still gonna continue to clean up here. Appreciate everybody who stuck around to the end. Watched me harvest some switches and finish up this build here. Not bad, not bad. 4 people in, same 4 from earlier. As we have been doing. Let's kind of see. See what we have happen. Can I swap if I win? Ooh. Nah. That's taking away from the integrity of marbles. If both of them were equally junk, if they were equally junk. Wait, if you win? Wait, hold on. Sorry. Yes, you can swap if you win. In fact, no, there's no limitation. You can win as many as possible. So if you win both, then you get both. What am I saying here? Yeah. If you win both, you win both. All right, early lead. Goes to Vinsanity. Vinsanity with the early lead. Also, I still didn't open that package from Snoozerton that Snoozerton redeemed from earlier, so I will go and do that now. I don't know if y'all can see it on this tiny ass screen, but this is a very small pack of O-rings, which I'm not going to be able to even show until I open this. And I feel like it's going to splatter everywhere because I don't know if there's an inner bag here. Oh, Vinsanity got a big boost here. Oh, it is. Okay. Some very tiny O-rings. I got this on the recommendation of all those videos talking about how you can make your tofu really nice. So, little baggie here. All right, how far are we from the end? Not too far. There's some random boosts here. Vinsanity looks like he might get it. These tires just tripping everybody up. Oh, two more tire stretches. So let's see. Vinsanity's marble largely unaffected by all of these. He very well could be the winner, just with such a big lead. Oh, looks like Vinsanity's dropping into that winner circle, guys. Vinsanity with the win, finally. Like one where it's unimpeded by everyone dying. Yeah, I need to put a giveaway command. That's my bad, Ken. What I win? You got a 25 pack of banana split switches. Do you claim as winner of this race? TikTok switches? We got TikTok switches in this building. Hit them up. Hey, nice. Very cool, the TikTok switches. Guys, you know what's really funny is that Vinsanity and Kevin T. Dam, you guys also won. You guys both won the 2 marbles races on October 21st. And neither of you guys have actually received them from me. So it looks like each of you guys have doubled your prize package the next time I see you. Last time around, Vinsanity won the Pimp My Keyboard t-shirt. I think it was in a size large. And Kevin T. Dam won the Broken Plane 60 PCB. Oh, hell yeah, I want that. Right on. Alright, guys. That just about does it. Let's go and see who's online right now. Takoyaki's is on? Takoyaki's been on for 5 hours. I hope he's not ending soon, because I'd like to be able to raid him. If possible. But I gotta get through this ad. Oh, dude, you haven't sent your prizes yet? I feel bad for not sending out my prizes yet. Well, no, because they're local here, so it's like I'm just waiting. And also, Ken, I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting for you. And also on top of that, Asmodeus too. He still needs a prize from me for my build-a-thon 4 months ago. We've been meaning to meet up, but it just hadn't happened. But Ken, I still need to get that cherry cherry profile black on white set. Yeah, the PBT keycaps, yeah. I still need to get that from you. Not a prize, but the thing I bought from you. Okay, let's go and raid Takoyaki's, guys. No, I didn't win anything. All right, let me go. Before I type anything, I need to wash my hands again. And just like, there's so much of this gross shit that just came from this build. Just all that like flux, all that dirty old like the lead-free solder, just caused everything to get really gross. All right, guys. I'll see you when I'm back live. I think I should be back Monday. I think we're gonna be working on an ET60 rebuild. So I'm just kind of waiting on a couple parts here. So we'll see how things go. Should be back Monday. But until then, good night from San Francisco. Oh, one other thing here. Join the Discord if you haven't already. Good night from San Francisco. We're gonna be raiding Takoyakis. Peace, everybody.